save state that we were working from. We're back with the early game purgatory because, well, it's not easy to clear. But we're going to keep trying. So we got our starter gym shorts. And let's check the details on gym shorts. Plus attack minus special attack, not ideal, but I think we can honestly deal with it. If we get past the early game, then it might even be beneficial. Of course, it does cut down the use of, or the effectiveness of Ember. So, time for some button mashing. Best case scenario, Pick-a-Peck has an Oranberry, but the odds are pretty long. And the latest cutoff is welcome to the team. So, minus special attack plus defense. That'll cut down the effectiveness of Echoed Voice, but other than that, it's pretty decent. Sadly, we didn't get a hold of any. We didn't get a hold of an Oranberry. So how's everyone doing today? I almost knocked an old guy over earlier, that was exciting. More so for him than for me, I would assume. So the thing is, in my building, it seems that the elevator is currently on the fritz, which means I had to take the stairs. Now the door at the bottom of the stairwell to get out into the lobby is a bit of a heavier one. It more or less looks like a maintenance door. So honestly, the elevator is just generally more used. And when I say lobby, I don't mean anything big or fancy. It's just a room with our mailboxes and access to the elevator and stairs. But because that door looks fairly heavy, I tend to push it open with some amount of force, and apparently this older guy was standing on the opposite side of the door. Because when I come through the door, I see him staggering across to the other wall. And on the one hand, of course I feel bad because I almost knocked this guy over. But on the other hand, like, he probably shouldn't have been leaning on a door to get through, especially when there's the opposite wall that would have been totally clear. So I can only feel so bad. This minus special attack nature is going to be annoying. I think I would probably feel worse about it if he hadn't then proceeded to try to make me feel bad about it. So that's not very effective on me. And, like, genuinely, it was a pretty honest mistake. Get our free heal. And dive into the battle. Of course, it got more rough when I got back from it, because at that point... Now, this battle is definitely a bit on the risky side, just because we've got such poor special attack, but we made it. On the return trip, I was coming back with the groceries, and while I was at the store, I decided that one of my snacks this week would be a watermelon. So I had to carry a watermelon up 5 flights of stairs. So obviously that was pretty tiring. But it wasn't just the watermelon, I had my other groceries too, because of course, you never make multiple trips. I just figured out a trick. I'm mashing A and B at the same time, rather than just one or the other. Okay, off to the Pokemon Center tutorial, and then the Trainer's School. Oh, not Pokemon, I need to open my bag and turn off that XP share. Alright. We'll try and stick to some of the same strats that we used yesterday. There's really only one thing that I've changed. In the routing. And that's, instead of getting the Howoli City encounter at night, we're going to go ahead and get it during the day. And the reason we're going to do that is because I actually want a chance of getting Young Goose. Because Young Goose learns Sand Attack early enough that it can be helpful in Ilima. And I think cutting accuracy could be just what we need in order to get the edge on Ilima's Young Goose so that we can get some safe setup. Gotta love how much of this Pokemon journey is just in what is basically my backyard. But yeah, we're going to make sure that it's daytime when we get the Howoli City encounter. And we might still miss out on Young Goose because there are multiple other Pokemon that we can encounter in that area. And we could always get lucky and finally nab a Pichu, which would be, as always, the ideal encounter there, but the odds on that are still pretty long. So, we just gotta do our best. There's not really much else that we can worry about at this point. And who knows, we might break it up a little bit. Every few attempts or so, if we get into another endless loop like last time, I might break out Pokemon Showdown or something. Okay, we learned Rock Smash, so now we're ready to go and take on... Now we're ready to go and take on the Bondslide trainer in the trainer school. Okay, we got the defense drop, so that's a safe 2-hit KO. The positive is that that Bondslide doesn't carry any rock-type moves, so... ahead and give Litten the Quick Claw. And especially since Litten isn't very, especially strong, we're going to try to take on this guy's Grimer with echoed voice strats. Oh, that's not good. Of course. Maybe I'm rushing this too much. I normally went up to level 10 before going against this guy, and that was probably a mistake to not do that this time. Well, this might be a really short attempt 11, because I don't think we've ever wiped to this guy. Please knock me into Blaze range. Thank you. Just barely into Blaze range. Oh, never mind, I was not into Blaze. Is it under 1/3 or under 30? So we were at 1/3. I say under, but I've always assumed that it was less than or equal to. go heal up. And we're gonna teach Litten that workup TM. In place of... Yeah, in place of Growl. Now, let's take a look at the party. I want a little bit more XP on both of them, because I want Litten to level up after beating the Magnemite. Now we'll get our levels off of some more rolls. Or we would, except we can't really beat the Wingles fast enough to do so. I'm gonna push Litten to about halfway to the next level. I think we should be good with that much XP. I'm sure we'll get at least like 80 or so from beating Magnemite. Yeah, we should be good there. What I'm guessing we're going to do is Ember... Well, actually, no. There's really no guessing. If we don't get a decent scenario, we're probably just going to lose. Hang on, let's make sure... Okay, Litten is in front. Alright. Let's see if this run can get past Teacher Emily. Don't get paralyzed. Thank you. Okay, we made it through the first stage. Now, there is a bit of a question here, because we either have to gamble on Jim being able to probably two-shot this Meowth despite not hitting it super effectively, or we could gamble on getting paralysis from Lick to make beating it with Cutoff that much easier. I'm gonna go for Ember. If we could get a lucky burn, that would be great. Okay. And because we're 2 levels higher, I think we're probably going to outspeed. Nope. So we still have to deal with flinch chance. We're speed tied, okay. For our date with Lily. course, Hal cuts it off. Okay, we head over here. We get a scarf. We'll hit up the Pokemon Center, and once we've healed up in the Pokemon Center and we're ready to try to catch our encounter here, we are going to save the cutoff up front. We're going to save and restart the game. That'll resync the time with our system, with the system clock, which is about the fastest way that I know of in order to get the time resynchronized. And I'm actually going to double check something because I want to make sure that all the grass patches in Hau'oli City are the same. Beachfront, Shopping District, Marina. Beachfront has no grass patches. Shopping District has those 2 grass patches. So are there different grass patches for the Marina? Give me 1 sec, I gotta scroll. The page for Hau'oli City is needlessly long because there are a bunch of optional trainers that have the ability to turn up by the look of things. Okay, so there are no separate grass patches. Alright, let's see your encounter. Young Goose. Well, I mean, it's not Pichu, but it's still usable. It's what I expected, despite the fact that Young Goose only makes up 20% out of 75% of valid encounters here. How is it that the Young Goose and Rattata slot comes up most of the time? And also, why did we get stuck with a level 5 Young Goose? Please stay in the freaking Pokeball. I've actually got a... I was going to switch, but then I realized that would get unnecessary XP on... I don't know, we'll go with beige. Just beige shorts. Oh, welcome to the stream, Lastborn. I don't know how long you've been here. I was just dealing with an intensely annoying Young Goose that we now want to go and train up to be closer to an appropriate level. Yeah, despite Young Goose being available later, I just don't want to risk it. Well, I just want the advantage of having access to Sand Attack prior to Alima. Well, I'm thinking about it. Young Goose, what is your ability? Stakeout. So that's completely... Wow, this is a garbage Young Goose. I mean, we were never planning to use it in anything absolutely essential, but that is about as bad as a Young Goose can get. The only thing that could be worse would be a Modest Nature. Seriously, we can't take advantage of Stakeout reliably. because there are only a few ways to get the opponent to switch in this game. And plus special attack is completely useless, and minus speed is directly detrimental. Now, while I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and give you the Silk Scarf. Yeah, we're not going to be outspeeding anything with this young goose, but we don't, unless we've got several levels on it. Okay. We can still make this work, though. The only plan I have for Young Goose is to take advantage of Sand Attack, which I'm trying to think, when does Sand Attack become available? Sec, I'm just getting our encounters open on the other monitor. Not a new window, just a new screen, just a new tab. Okay, we got Pursuit. Yeah, Young Goose learns Sand Attack at level 10. So we'll want to be at least level 10 for when we take on Elena. Luckily, for some reason, Elima's Young Goose... Oh wait, Elima's Young Goose is only level 9, so that explains why it doesn't have Sand Attack. And luckily, Cutoff has a pretty easy time taking on the Skull Grunt Zubat. So, straightforward strategy. We set up as many growls as we can afford to with our little bird. Then we switch in Young Goose to try and to fire off some Sand Attacks. And once he's down to -6 or Beige goes down, then we bring in Gym Shorts to set up workups. And with the several cuts in accuracy, I'm hoping that we can stay in long enough to avoid enough attacks that we can get set up with a lot of workups and actually one-shot the whatchamacallit, the Smeargle in the back. Interestingly, oh, I'm out of tackles. Interestingly, with this strategy, it might actually be reliable. It might be more reliable to go for Poplio again. Just because Poplio has the priority option to get set up with a bunch of baby doll eyes off with priority and a lot more bulk than any of these guys have. Meaning Poplio would be a little bit more reliable at getting Young Goose down to -6. One of these days, I will play Majora's Mask on stream. Y'all will get the chance to enjoy Clocktown for many hours. Because it's the best place, honestly. Okay, we got Sand Attack. To break things up, we'll go and take care of the Team Skull Grunt. I just want to double check. Okay, in Kaoli City. Oh, we do still have the Echoed Voice TM that we haven't gotten. The thing is, I'm just not sure that there isn't another encounter location for this side of town. Maybe this counts as the same as one of the other grass patches. Oh well. Anyway, Elima getting into a fight. And now we will not fight Elima at the moment. So I want to get all of our Pokemon up to level 11. I think that's the only safe way to handle this. stuff should be getting pretty close here. I'm gonna say 3 more battles, but it might only be 2. And this rock smash. Okay, there's only 2. Nice. We're going to get these 2 up to level 11. And then we're going to give the Silk Scarf to Gym Shorts. Get him up to level 12. Nice thing is, this thing is pretty hard-hitting overall, just by being a level 10 physically, a level 10 normal type in an area surrounded by level 2, so tackle is enough to deal with everything we're coming up against. Yeah, we'll give Litten the Silk Scarf so Litten can... We'll give Jim the Silk Scarf so he can take on the wing holes more effectively. I just want to get a few speed EVs on him if I can. Because this is a pretty tight challenge. And I feel like we have a shot if we can do this smart. Besides, I think it might be the right call to have, actually, no, we won't have the Silk Scarf on Litten, despite the fact that his physical attack is higher than his special. There's a chance that we still get outsped and get knocked into blaze range. And we'll finish the last of this grinding with Pursuit. Hit level 25. Or, we've hit 25 speed, not level 25. If we had hit level 25, we would be well over the current level cap. We've already pushed Litten to the level cap. Yeah, we're going to be going for Ember on Litten, despite it being off of Litten's weaker stat. There's a chance that we get knocked into Blaze range. And there's also a chance that we burn, which could save our lives. In the grand scheme of things, the difference outside of that is minimal because they're the same base power. Ember has a 50% stat. Ember has the 50% stat boost, but attack is 50% higher than special attack. Or, nope, slightly less than 50%. 33%. So yeah, Ember still barely barely gets an edge. Alright, time to take on Ilima. With the intensely strange hair. Growl. Keep growling, cut off. We get far enough along in this and he's just going to start spamming Leer. Of course this is still risky because I think he'll stop using Leer after like 2, based on my experience with his AI. I know way too much about this fight. And if we get crit, we're dead. And if Cutoff dies, we're restarting. Again. Okay, last growl. Don't get crit. There we go. Okay, we can safely, well, semi-safely bring in Beige. We're still vulnerable to crits. As long as Beige gets off a couple of sand attacks here, we're in a decent-ish situation. Of course, we are getting outsped because of that minus speed nature. Taking 3 to 4 damage a hit without crits, but okay. This is where the new strat gets tested. Of course, we haven't gotten any luck. Really, this sand attack strat is just to minimize how much luck we have to deal with when it comes to crits. I'm basically using the sand attack luck to balance out the crits. Is it impossible for Leer to miss in this generation? No, it's just not missing. It's totally possible for it to miss. Well, I'm going to fire off a few Leers of my own. This will just help give us the edge to make it a bit safer. We can KO this thing with Scratch this way. One more Leer. Okay, now we roll the dice. If we switch in and take a bad hit, we still probably lose this match. If we don't, then we have a chance. Miss, please? Thank you. Okay, we need a few misses, and at the very least, we need no crits. He's probably going to go for some Leers as well. I'd really like to avoid those. But of course I don't. You know what? No, I'm not going to risk it. We're switching Beige back in to shake off the Leer. reason for the quick clause that I don't actually know what Smeargle's speed stat is, so there's always a chance that we could miss it. I'm gonna keep switching in beige as long as it's alive to shake off those leers. I want to check something. Leer on Bulbapedia. Yeah, there is nothing in here that says that it can't miss. So it's just not missing. We're just getting crappy luck. Alright, well, Beige, you're back in. Again, I am willing to put Beige at risk as often as I need to. Of course, if we start taking damage, then we're just going to have to suck it up and deal with it. Yes! He finally missed a Leer. Please, just go for tackles. Are you out of tackles? I don't know how long this battle has been going. So I think that was 3. So this should be 4. I think I can actually click on Litten to see. More. Alright, Halima. Screw you. Now we go for Ember, and we do outspeed. Still, I don't know how many of those turns of setup were necessary, but I'm just gonna roll with it. Screw you. Alright, and we're going to need some repels. Not this kind. There, those repels should hold us over for a while. Now, best case scenario, we don't use Gym again for a little bit. So let's see what's coming up on Route 2, because we finally made it back there. Yeah, with that strat, I think we could potentially get away with going back to Poplio. Okay, so we can't get past this lady without battling her. But yeah, if it weren't for the fact that Teacher Emily becomes completely luck-based, and that's the real issue. That's why we went with Litten, so no, we gotta keep going with Litten, as annoying as it is. Okay, Route 2, first trainer, Beauty Crystal with her Ghastly. Can take that pretty easily with Beige. Just have to get lucky and not get Hypnosis. Luckily, it can't hit me with any of its moves other than like it can hit me with Mean Look, Spite, and Hypnosis, but it can't hit me with Lick. Okay, we now have access to Howoli Cemetery. We're gonna go ahead and get our encounter here first, because there's really no reason not to. And it is still daytime, thankfully, so Drifloon is level 7 to 10. At those levels, it can have Gust, Astonish, and Minimize. I think we'll go ahead and lead with Cutoff. Just because it'll make it easier to run from some of these fights. Except now we can't run. So now we have to kill this thing. That is a tad annoying, but there we go. There's our encounter. One level below knowing Gust, so we can't take damage from it. And I'm just gonna go for a Pokeball. If we have to whittle it down, we can, but I'd prefer to just catch it. That said, apparently my luck just isn't that good, and you know what? I'm going to go for a Peck. How much does this do? Okay, so we definitely can't afford to... Oh wait, it knows Constrict, so it can damage us, but it still won't be doing that much because Constrict is just a weak move. Yeah, I'm not going to risk critting it. Are our second ever drawstring. Let's see the details on drawstring. Drawstring minus special attack nature, that's annoying but not unusable. Drifloon has pretty similar attack and special attack. It just gets better stab it just gets a better stab move for special in the form of Shadow Ball and a couple other ghost moves. But it has Unburden, which is nice. You know, I just realized I should not be leading with this thing while I'm finishing my exploration here. Got the TM for Confide. I should be leading with my fastest Pokemon so that I can run away from fights. I won't worry about getting the Fling TM quite yet, because I don't have any specific strategies that take advantage of it. I'm going to focus on cranking speed and HP for Drifloon, so we'll start by picking up a couple levels against Caterpies. And then once I feel a little bit more comfortable, we'll try and get some against Slowpoke, and this Ledybug is also valid for getting HP. Most of what's here is just packing normal type moves. So, yeah, Pick-a-Peck has flying moves, but that's about it. There's no reason to attack that thing. I couldn't damage it with Astonish anyway. We have Unburden, so at the very least we've got a usable ability. There's very little reason to ever make use of Aftermath in a Nuzlocke. I'd rather keep Pokemon alive, especially since Drifloon is a genuinely good height-locking counter. The downside being we can't make use of Drifloon in the Grand Trial on this island. Because although ghost types have a big advantage against fighting types, we can't one-shot stuff, and as we saw last time, one poorly timed crit could spell death for our little balloon. Battles, and we should be able to hit level 8 and learn Gust. So now we've got a stronger stab move. Despite coming off of our weaker attacking stat, it is still a good bit stronger. They'll both have uses during this grind. Now it's time to take on Slowpokes and Wingles. Okay, we've cleared the early game purgatory, and now we have the option to actually use some semi-reliable strategies. That'll be where we stop grinding for now. There's not much point in going farther. Oh. But we will check the beach again since we're on to a new stage. There's a chance the Corsola have spawned, but they have not. Gosh, so many encounters. But yeah, now we go back to Route 2, and we're going to rappel through any grass patches we have to enter. Hang on, I just gotta make sure this thing is still shuffling, because those are back to back. Okay, hypothetically it's still shuffling. It did just do one. It did just do a couple in a row, so that's a bit concerning. Okay, so we have our Drifloon. Now, as far as the rest of Route 2 goes, we want to try and get the Crabrawler encounter. We can avoid most of the remaining trainers, if I remember correctly. But I will need to keep my eyes peeled in order to play it safe. Oh. Yeah, I'm just not going to enter grass patches that I can avoid. Save repels, but I don't think there are any important items along here other than berries. Yeah, Chesto, Leppa, and Persimberries are the only important things, so I won't bother going out of my way at the moment to get any of those. Get anything else. Only if it's right along my path. Okay, so this kid isn't safe to... There isn't a way around this kid. This is preschooler Caleb. He has a Spearow, so it's not a great matchup for Drawstring. We'll go ahead and lead with Beige. There we go. And the Delibird is sending me into here. Okay, so I did enter the berry fields. This guy only has a Drowsy, right? Berry fields. Level 10 Drowsy with Pound as its only attack. So, this one is completely free for Drawstring. Though it does take a few hits. I'll take a second here, and once I've been through a couple of these routes, I'll take a second and just add the items in. we can farm now. Okay. That's it. Oh, did I find the silver powder? I didn't. Okay, we got past that person. Now we'll repel. Oh no. Well, that just made the first totem a lot harder. Also, I have to switch drawstring out. I should have set the time today. I didn't think that through, and I didn't remember that those things can seek you out. That's annoying. I mean, we can get Crabrawler at later points, but never at a point where it'll be as useful. That said, I think we can take advantage of... Okay, you're Romper. I remember that much. And I also already know that you have... Hustle as your ability. Shoot. Just once, I'd like to get a Rattata that I can actually use that has gluttony, so it doesn't instantly become a much worse Pokemon. Let's go ahead and heal up the team, and then we'll take a look at our team. Oh, this is not an ideal team for this stage. The only good Pokemon we have are Cutoff and Drawstring. Romper, what's your deal? I mean, you got a jolly nature, but once again, you have Hustle, which makes you a bad encounter. That's the person who wants to see a cutie fly. Alright, well, let's take a look at what's coming up now. We're at this point, I'll put Drawstring up front because I'm pretty sure if I want the berry tree that's up above this, I'm gonna face a Crabrawler. Yep. Okay, that's a scripted encounter. Which makes it even more annoying that I wasn't able to repel all the way to it. Oh, that's annoying. how we're at this point. Let's talk to you. Okay, we'll drop a save. And now... I need to exit. So we'll pause for a couple of minutes here while I handle adding items and such. So let's see. Save data location. Grab that. Let's take a second and see what the deal is with the party. So, Drawstring has pretty good attack IVs, as a matter of fact, and really good special defense and defense, so that's nice. I'll take that. Yeah, that's pretty good for the role of Drawstring. Yeah. Pretty garbage speed IV on Cutoff. That's a bit annoying. Decent defense on... yeah. Really good defense and speed and decent special defense on Litten. Special attack is decent too, but of course we're dealing with the minus nature there. Why? Why does this Rattata have to have hustle? It would actually be such a beast if I could rely on it to hit anything. Oh my gosh, our Yungoos not only has a minus speed nature, it has a speed IV of 0. No wonder it's not outspeeding anything. Anyway, let's adjust the items. So, looking at my notes here, I can double check which berries we've gotten renewable now. So from the berry fields, we got Oran and Citrus. And from Route 2, we get Persim, Chesto, and Lepa. Now for rare candies, so that we have them when we need them. And save that. How do I edit money on this game? Ah, trainer info. No. Welcome to the stream, Schwoopsy. The height lock, I wouldn't necessarily say going well, but like we made it past Alima finally. We're only on attempt 12, I think, or 11. Yeah, attempt 11. We've only had one attempt today. Jeez, why am I not finding where to edit money? Alright, different option. Big nugget. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong thing here. Big nugget. I'm just gonna go ahead and give myself about 1,000 of those. Save that back to where we got it, and we should be good to go. All right. Give it a sec. Oh, why won't you show up? There you go. All right, so after that, we now have all the berries we could want from the berries that are available to us so far, and I went ahead and gave myself a bunch of big nuggets for endless money since we can technically farm it now. So let's just go ahead and sell sure, 40 of those. There we go. Next thing, we need to take on Elima's trial. And as I recall, in Verdant Cavern, so first of all, we get access to the Brick Break TM, which will be pretty important here. Then in Verdant Cavern, let's actually pull up the Bulbapedia page. Verdant Cavern. So, for the trial, once the trial guide has stepped aside to grant access to the Totem's Den, the player can leave at any time without resetting the trial. So our first step will be taking on the trial Pokemon. So in the trial site, we have to take on a pair of Yungoos, and then oh, I should probably put berries on my team. These berries are just generally better than just about any of the items that I currently have to give them. So this Yungoos has Hyper Fang, which is a bit scary, but I think we can still take it, especially if we get semi-decent luck with hitting through Hustle. And I believe this one jumps us. Luckily, this one has Super Fang instead of Hyper Fang, which makes things a little bit more reliable. Because it can't kill us with that. It has to go for tackle if it wants to kill. Okay, we got all of that. Next we're going to have to face a Team Skull Grunt, who once again only has a Drowsy with Pound. So we're going to go ahead and switch to leading with Drawstring. Yeah. Go ahead and switch to leading with Drawstring, and even if Drawstring over levels with this, it's fine. Just because... Oh, I meant to grab that. That's the whole reason I backtracked through that spot. But yeah, even if Drawstring over levels, it's fine, because we can't safely use her in this totem anyway. Now, the bit I'm really worried about is how we deal with the totem itself, because now we don't have Crabrawler to fire off incredibly powerful Brick Breaks. Instead, we've got Cutoff, which can use Brick Break, but doesn't get Stab on it, making it a lot less reliable. Oh, wait, why did I switch? Oh, we still want Drawstring up front. Now we get jumped by the Team Skull people, and I think I accidentally just gave them recognition, but whatever. They're still carrying a Pokemon that literally can't touch the one Pokemon that they know I have. So, yeah. Okay, now we have to take on the Gumshoos, which is by far the most dangerous Pokemon in this cavern. Luckily, it has adaptability, but no regular normal type stab move. Oh, no, not items. Pokemon. We're going to try and take it with Cutoff. This should give us a semi-decent idea of how much damage we can expect to deal to the Totem Gumshoos while it's at +1 attack. Or +1 defense. Yep, okay. So, Brick Break. We got a critical hit in one shot, so that gives us very little information that we can actually use. Really? So, get this guy to step aside. And now that we've been into there, we're going to back up and take on... Yeah. Hold up. Okay. Confirmed that he is still not blocking the exit. I mean, the positive for that battle is that we know we did at least 2/3 damage against that thing. But the without the crit, but the downside to that is that that doesn't tell us if we have enough for the 2-shot without the crit. Especially at +1 defense. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and do some training on Romper and Beige. Do you have anything for me? No. Okay. That person. What is the hiker actually carrying? I want to see, because it might be safer to just deal with her now. Backpacker Ashley has a Cottony. We don't have a great matchup into that. We're just gonna try and keep avoiding her. Yeah, so those things seek us out now. If we go ahead and take a minute here, do some training up on these guys, we'll get up to level 12 pretty quick. And then we'll see if our current team has what it takes to take on the Totem Pokémon. Because that is in no way guaranteed. We might take a second now that we're all the way up to the totem to see if the Corsola have appeared on the beach yet. But something tells me that's not until after the totem. I don't know why we have a garage. Like, among other things, we couldn't pull a car out of there, like, reliably if we tried. Why would you have a garage covered by a fence? Not even a gate, just a fence. Okay. I mean, the positive, like, we can still get Crabrawler in a couple of places. And it's still a decent Pokemon for this stage of the run, just because we're about to... Like, we have the TM for Brick Break, which is just absurdly strong on a fighting type at this stage. And we have access to... we're going to have access to the whatchamacallit, the fighting type Z Crystal pretty soon. Real quick, I'm just going to go ahead and make sure that all of the right tabs are open on my screen. Also, I would like to point out that in... Oh, never mind. In wrestling spots, we had a 70% chance of encountering Rattata. In regular walking, we would have had a 10% chance of encountering it. Between the Totem fight and the Kahuna fight, the only really dangerous matchup we have is POW 3. I think we can pull that off pretty safely with our team. We're pretty close to leveling with Beige, so this will only be a couple more matches. The trouble is I keep doing a lot of... Yep, this one is from Pokemon XD. It's the Pyrite Town theme. And it is just so chill. Welcome to the stream, Steve. So finally, here we are on attempt 11, and we've finally made it back to being past the first, we've made it past Ilima. Unfortunately, we got some bad luck, and I didn't realize that we would be hunted down by rustling patches. So we did not get the Crabrawler encounter that would have made this upcoming fight completely free. Oh, and welcome to the stream, Be Marching. Despite that, we are still in an okay-ish spot. Our plan is to go in with Cutoff and go nuts with Brick Break. Yep, that's the plan. And if that doesn't work, then we have 3 of our 4 other Pokemon that we can fall back on. Okay, so let's double check. Okay, Cutoff is perfectly safe. Take the Z Crystal, except we get jumped by the Totem Yungoos. And I wouldn't be too worried about this, except that it has +1 defense naturally. Which means this is going to be cut down in damage. Thinking our best bet here is to immediately fall back to one of our other Pokemon. I'm thinking Beige is our better option between the two to try and cut their defense a bit. So we're taking a Scary Face, but we weren't going to outspeed them anyway. That Leer is a problem, though. We're going to fire back a Leer of our own. If we can get 2 of these off, then we'll be pretty safe once Beige goes down to take this thing out. And of course we took a crit, because nothing else could have happened there. One more Leer. Oh, we're not going to survive that bite. Still, we're in safe 2-hit KO range now. Thanks to that Leer. We might be able to finish off No, we won't be able to finish off Gumshoos with our next hit. But even though we can't KO it here... Oh, never mind. It carries a Pecha Berry? I thought it carried a Citrus Berry or an Orange Berry. Well, it doesn't really matter. Either way, we needed a little bit more chip to make this safe. Oh, or we can just get a crit. I mean, the bright side is that that death wasn't just because we did something stupid. That death was because we needed to shake off the Leer in order to guarantee that Cutoff could survive this. And now Brick Break should be a one-shot on the Young Goose. And we will take a second and get our next encounter in here, which isn't a Zubat because Zubat isn't short enough. Let's go ahead and switch Drawstring into the lead. It is a Diglett. And we will throw a Nest Ball. There was somewhere else that we can pretty quickly guarantee a Diglett, but since we already got Young Goose in here, it doesn't make a difference anymore. So next we'll be getting access to Route 3. And you can be Corduroy. Hang on. Okay, that's how you spell it. So, now we have a ground type to help deal with the next couple of How fights. We do not have a ground type move, however, and we've got, again, what is just about the worst possible nature. We'll go ahead and flee from this battle because there's no reason to participate in it. Lily is going to wander off down the way. And in my bit of looking at that, it looked like Professor Kukui just dabbed. Okay. And as far as Young Goose goes, thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, Beige. You weren't with us long, but you were critical in 2 different battles, and we really appreciate it. Hi, How. Now, I'm going to check my notes for the next location. So we still have a good bit of time left in this stream, and I'd like to make some more progress. Okay. So after Verdant Cavern, it's Route 3. We can go to the first grass patch, which I've got a note there that avoids us getting Bagon. At the same time, it might be better to track down the berry tree in this case. Yeah, we have a chance at a Crabrawler encounter under a berry tree, and that's a bit better than a couple of the other options. Let's see, real quick, how many Cutie Fly locations are still left? Oh, heck. You know what? We're going to wait to get our encounter until we reach Mele Meadow. Because if we don't get a Cutie Fly in Mele Meadow, then we kind of have to get one. We kind of have to try to get one in another location. And Cutie Fly is a little bit higher priority than Crabrawler. Let this guy turn and go back the way he came from. You have to be really careful here. I mean, not as much of the trainers, but they can be dangerous. Rising Star Tatiana. Patillo. Okay, we can deal with this thing with Drawstring, who we're already leading. All it has is Mega Drain. And actually, I think we get the How match right after we come out of Mele Meadow, after helping Lily. But I am still going to go and do a little bit of prep work for it. Drop Constrict is just an awful move. Rising Star Joshua has a Growlithe. So if we happen to be unlucky and bump into him on the way back... Okay, no, we can dodge him. Okay, we're gonna back up through a couple of routes here and go and train up our little Diglett. That thing will help us a lot against How's Pikachu. Well, Romper doesn't have many good traits, but running is definitely one of them. No, actually, Romper has a ton of good traits. She just has one that absolutely ruins it. Corduroy. What moves are you packing? And we have Sand Veil, which is a little bit worse than Tangled Hair. But whatever. Real quick. Verdant Cavern, we got Diglett. Let's check what Diglett's learn set coming up is. So at 10 we get Mudslap, at 14 we get Magnitude. We might just want to go all the way to 14 in this grinding session. Because it's nighttime in game now, well, it's not quite yet. It won't be nighttime until we start seeing Rattata, but during this grind session we should get to nighttime. We can go and check the beach again. How many times are we going to miss with Metal Claw? It's a 5% chance. Okay, that Spinarak says it's nighttime now, so when we go to get healed up at our mom's, we'll make a swing by the beach. The thing is, Wide Lens could actually make Romper somewhat usable. Wide Lens for if we're planning to use dark type moves, Z crystals, Normalium Z for when we're planning to use normal moves. It's nighttime, but still no. Corsola. Okay, so if that's the case, then it's probably dependent on being after the Kahuna. We gotta go back and heal up again. I mean, the positive is that we're into the stage of the game where we have a chance. But we really kind of need that Oricorio encounter. I've honestly considered resetting at Melee Meadows if we don't get the Oricorio encounter, just because it's so critical to beating Totem Lurantis that I'd really prefer to just have it locked in a bit earlier. At the same time, it's the most likely encounter a good bit later on, if we've done our preparation right. our training up here. It'll make it move a bit faster. Plus the occasional Pichu will give us a bit of speed investment, which we kind of need on this thing since it's the slowest Diglett in existence. Double checking. I wonder if it actually checks my system clock for some reason. I can't imagine that that would be the case, but if it was also checking my system clock to make sure that it's nighttime, that could explain why the Corsola isn't showing up. At the same time, again, there's no reason for that to be how it works, so I'm going to continue to assume that that's not the case. I am really tempted to adjust my rule set to break Route 1 into several different locations, but it still kind of feels disingenuous. So I don't think I will. I don't know, it just doesn't feel true to the Nuzlocke rules. And besides, with a little bit of luck, we can clear this area. And we're making it more consistent as we go along, so... We're just taking this dude all the way to level 14 just to get a hold of a better ground move. I don't know why none of their help is appearing. Like, so many of them have actually called for help and it just hasn't happened. Little more, and you will be ready for the potential How fight. I gotta say, in this early game, there's one other thing that I'm very worried about, other than trying to get Oricorio. which is what happens if we don't get Carbink in 10 Carat Cave. Like, I know how to set it up to maximize our odds, but our odds are still going to be low. Like, we've pretty much done the one thing that we needed to boost our odds, and that was catching Diglett. Metal Clause left. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. And hey, at least this grind session got to happen to some fantastic Pokemon music. Okay, we'll go ahead and drop... Ooh, do we want to drop Growl or do we want to drop Mudslap? That's actually a bit of a tricky call. You know what? We lost our other accuracy abuser a little bit ago, so... Okay. Get a quick heal from Mom because she is the fastest way to heal. Well, that might not actually even be the case with how much I jitter around her rather than walking straight to her. I am going to take a moment and do a battle that I avoided before because I was trying to avoid getting XP on this guy. But now that we don't have to worry about the level 12 cap, we should be able to handle this Cotton pretty easily. And this should hopefully get Jim up to level 13, which should be nice. I just want to double check something because there's one more trainer that I could go ahead and clear out of the way. Lass Isabella has a Misdreavus with Growl, Psywave, and Spite. That's actually just about perfect to snag level 13 for Romper. Pretty sure that this is Lass Isabella, because there's no way this is Preschooler Malia. So Romper is completely immune to this thing. It's only a damaging move, so yeah, that was totally free. Oh, well, we're not close enough to the level to grab that extra. It's not a big deal. We'll do our training on Romper soon enough, but... fact, we'll keep Romper up front and try to take on Rising Star Joshua. Oh wait, this is Rising Star Ian? I mean, Psyduck is also not an issue, so I'm not too worried here. That was a crit. Nice. Now the trouble is we do risk... Oh my. We were at risk to a crit there, but I really didn't want to switch in with anything else. Okay, so we've taken those two. Switch Corduroy up front. Oh, and we'll give Corduroy a berry. Okay, that wasn't necessary because we get to go into the meadow before we have to deal with that. Now, I am going to go ahead and try to bait Murphy's Law to giving us an Oricorio encounter. Because as much as I want the early Cutie Fly, Oricorio is pretty much essential. And I'd love to pick it up earlier than otherwise. I'd love to pick it up sooner rather than later. Okay, let's see. Oh well. We got Cutie Fly. Let's try and whittle it down a little bit. We can afford a few of those without taking any risks on crits. Alright, let's see what type of shorts you're going to be named after. Ah, right, we named you Capri. Or did we? Well, I can't recall, but you are Capri now. It was worth a shot. We'll have to hold off until later and really hope for that. Late game. We'll really have to hope for that Route 6 Oricorio encounter. The positive being, since we know this part of the game a bit better now, we have a much better shot at going through it quickly. Like, I still think that we're going to manage to beat the Grand Kahuna on this island before we finish up today. There we go. We got the nectar. And with this, we do technically have access to the Seaward Cave from here. But our encounter in Seaward Cave was going to be Diglett. It's just that it didn't matter once we got that early encounter with Yungoos. We could still... oh wait. Most of the useful items in there are behind Tauros Rocks, which means the only reason we would go in there now is to get to Kala'e Bay. And I don't know if I actually want to do that yet. So in Kala'e Bay, we can pretty much guarantee a Wingull encounter if we want to block off that dude. Or we could hold out and make it the location for our almost guaranteed Wishy-Washy. Which would make things a little bit easier, especially as far as getting Corsola. At the moment, we don't really need either of those, so we're just gonna keep rolling with it. Wingull could potentially come in handy for Wingull could potentially come in handy for the fighting gym that we've got coming up, but I don't really know that I want to bother. Where were you when I needed you? No, it's fair. Honestly, it would have made it a lot less likely that we got Cutiefly at all. We would have had to wait until Rabombi. Oh, hang on. Sorry, we're just gonna back up real quick. Got a sneaky heal. Okay, well, our run is now at the mercy of an encounter that might not happen for several hours. Oh. And this is fine. Why are you so frail, Romper? Seriously. Alright, Jim, you're up. Well, actually, no, we could come across a situation where we could potentially use Pursuit, and we're not using Romper as a setup sweeper of any kind, so... There we go. Okay, well, now I'm going to go ahead and just repel through to get Cosmog. And then we'll lead with Corduroy. Alright. And this is why we switched Corduroy to the front ahead of time. Magnitude 7, that's a one-shot. To be honest, I think even Magnitude 4 would have been a one-shot, but no reason not to hope for something better. There's very little risk in that match as long as we had the Pikachu properly handled. Alright, where is the next berry tree? It's over there, so we'll want to use Repel. Unless... do we want to use Repel? Is there a better encounter here? Mankey is a possibility, but other than that, I'm not really seeing anything that appealing. Yeah. Dang it. No Crabrawler encounter. We'll probably just leave this encounter until tomorrow then. Or until next time. Let's see where to go. And now we're all the way back around to Route 1. Let's go and check the beach. Nope, still no Corsola. Now, one thing that we do want to remember is that we need to hold off on evolving Cutoff until level 15, as opposed to level 14. That said, we're going to start by training Capri against some wild Abra. Oh, no. Oh, I hate that there are basically these time bombs or minefields or whatever in the menu. Where just, if I hit A at the wrong time, then I'm going to get sucked into an alternate world for no reason. Okay. Capri. Let's shift Struggle Bug up to the top of your moveset. And actually, we're going to go to a different grass patch. Because I think the controlling... yeah. This one is just up and down. While Magnemite would also give special attack EVs, we can't knock it out easily, it would just take forever. Hang on, what does Alolan Meowth give? Holy City. Alolan Meowth. Speed. Okay, so it is worth taking out. Just gotta keep punching through this stuff. Especially with Pokemon that we hope to have around for the majority of the run, like Capri here. And Capri is actually one of our Pokemon with a decent matchup into Hala. I think Capri can actually pretty reliably solo Hala with Draining Kiss. But we're not going to do that. We might wind up falling back on Capri in the later part of the match when our other Pokemon are worn down. I haven't actually checked Capri's ability. I'm hoping it's Shield Dust, but it could be Honey Gather, which would be annoying, but still fully possible. Didn't really have a way to check, otherwise I probably would have. Actually, I guess I did have a couple of ways that I could have checked, but one of them involved using Corduroy, which I didn't want to in that battle because we would have picked up extra XP. I would have been worried about over-leveling. I worry a bit too much about over-leveling in this game, I feel. Like, it honestly seems like I could reasonably be a bit less careful. But at the same time, I'd rather be careful than waste a bunch of extra time on a run that fails because I over-level something. And of course, now that we don't have Cottony, we do have a harder matchup with the Water-type Totem. This Totem wishy-washy. We don't have a solid resist with reliable recovery now. Is a bit risky. We have access to at least one guaranteed grass encounter if we manage to get it, or if we decide we want to go for it. Prior to then, but it's still a tad iffy. Okay, Capri got to level 15. And start working on the other Pokemon we need to level here. Drawstring can go along very similar strategies. Because I think it can one-shot Abra with Astonish. That'll get it some special attack EVs, though. Actually, no, we should go back to the beach for Drawstring. So on the beach, Drawstring can get HP EVs from Slowpoke, which are more useful for a very defensive Pokemon. I actually have a bit of a plan for Drawstring based on our last matchup against Hala. Because if we switch Drawstring out against his Makuhita, which can't hit it, he's going to switch in his Crabrawler, and we can take advantage of that opportunity to switch in one of our Pokemon safely. Either Trumbeak or either Cutoff or Capri. Okay, probably one or two more battles. There we go with Drawstring. We'll switch Cutoff up front. And while we're here, I'm going to take a look and see what ability Capri has. Shield Dust, yes! Oh, it's actually such an underrated ability because most of the Pokemon that get it are pretty awful. We're about 50-50 on abilities. We got the better ability on Capri and Drawstring, and we got the worst abilities on Corduroy and Romper. But we can work with this. Hang on. We're gonna take a second and redo Cutoff's move order. Right now, Brick Break is the strongest. And since Alolan and Rattata show up a lot, Cutoff is not evolving. Cut that off. So next level we'll learn Pluck. Just in time for the Grand Trial. And we're leveling up slightly faster than normal, which is actually something that could potentially play into our XP management in this run, because we have several Pokemon that we just have to keep from leveling up. A couple of them, like if we manage to get Charge a Bug, we won't have to worry about because it evolves via Stone. But with stuff like Cutoff here, we'll have to deal with the fact that refusing to evolve means they level up faster. Next battle. Go ahead and drop Pet for Pluck. Alright, we got an evolution happening here. I'm going to check and make sure that everything is still going properly. Why does it not feel like it's shuffling? Yeah, it hasn't been shuffling. Hang on. There. I'll switch it over to that. And I'll click the button to make it loop again, despite the fact that I'm starting to think these buttons just straight up don't work. Still, we now have our first evolved Pokemon. And the Pokemon that gives us our best odds into the fighting gym. How many rats are we going to fight in a row? Like, it's not the worst thing, and I mean, it's not like we're going to use Romper in the gym battle. Romper's, at the moment, just around for the fight against Dexio a bit later on. I don't know when Romper actually picks up Hyper Fang. When she does, though, that'll be nice for Z moves. That'll be an obscenely powerful Z move just because it can't. It's coming off of Hustle, but it can't miss. If we had Feint Attack, I would be more than happy to have Romper with Hustle. But because we have Bite as our main stab move, we're stuck with risking Romper's life every time we click an attack, more or less. 2 more. Last one. Go ahead and do the training for Jim here back in the city. Just because we can get our speed EVs off of Meowths instead of Mongols. And we still have access to Rattatas. Kind of hoping that we pick up Fire Fang at some point kind of soonish here. Give us a bit of an edge up on power, especially given our nature. And if we get access to the wide lens, then we'll actually be able to make reliable use of it. Okay, this Meowth should be it. Yes! Replace Ember with Fire Fang. Yeah. It's less accurate, but I'm really confident that once we beat the Kahuna, we'll be able to encounter those Corsola, or that Corsola on the beach, and finally get a hold of that wide lens. At the very least, once we get access to the next area, maybe I shouldn't be training Diglett in an area where it can get trapped in against a Pokemon that it doesn't get anything useful from. Alright, we can go and heal up. And now it's time to get ready and dive into the battle against Hao. Okay, so let's take a look at our team real quick. So pretty straightforward to start off. We're going to be leading with Cutoff. Because Cutoff has a pretty reliable deal with one-shotting Hao's Mankey. And even if we don't one-shot, I think we outspeed on turn 2, so that we get So, if we take a look here, we've got the main key in the front. I'm pretty sure it's going to set up Focus Energy turn 1 regardless, which should give us 2 shots, 2 turns to take it out. Then the Makuhita will come out, and it'll be going for Fake Out turn 1. We'll switch in Drawstring, because that'll convince Hala to pivot his Makuhita back out like he did last time. And in that moment, we can switch into something to take on the Crabrawler. And I'm thinking that might be when we bring in Capri. But then again, we might just go for Cutoff. And work that approach. So there are a couple of ways that we could approach this. I am going to go ahead and give my team some berries. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's make sure I give them all the right berries. So yeah, Drawstring will want a citrus berry, the rest are Oran. So that should be about it. Let's go for it. Oh, I should probably take that down. Alright, we're going to try and clear this one without losing anyone. I probably should have given the Normalium Z to Rattata, but honestly, if we wind up having to bring out Rattata here, it means that something else has gone very wrong. Okay, Pluck. Dang it, we're outsped. But one shot? Okay. We got the one shot. He's going to bring in Makuhita next. Fake Out incoming. We switch to Drawstring. And we use Drawstring to bait in his Crabrawler. Yeah, suck it, Hala. We outspeed, but we don't get the 2-shot. So we're going to shake off that defense drop by switching into Capri, hopefully taking the Z move. Because if we take the Z move, then, yep, nothing else threatens us. So we just eat up this quad-resisted all-out pummeling. It's still going to do a lot because we're frail and they hit hard, but... Oh wow, that did less than I expected, actually. Go ahead and Stun Spore it. And I think Hollow will actually use a full restore, which should hopefully get us a safe switch into Cutoff. Yep, full heal, not full restore, that's what I meant. Okay, so now we go for Pluck, and if we high roll here, we could actually finish it, but we didn't. Okay, so now we kind of just have to deal with the fact that he's going to spam super potions for a minute. I should have put workup on cutoff, but apparently that doesn't matter because we're going to get a lucky crit. And now Makuhita is back out, but it really can't threaten us. I mean, it has fake out, but now it's just stuck with arm thrust. You know what? I'm not even going to take risks. We could get a 5 critical hit arm thrust. Best to just switch into the Pokemon that literally can't be touched. Especially since I'm pretty sure Makuhita gives HP EVs, not attack, which will make it more reliable. Or more helpful. There we go. Sorry, I just thought I'd speed that up. No, this was a team that started up today. At the end of yesterday's stream, we ended yesterday's stream on a wipe, but we've actually been going pretty well today. That said, it's not ideal. Like, we have missed a couple of useful things, but we're working on it. Okay, we got the TM for False Swipe, that's nice. We agree to help our island GF. And we go back to visit Mom because we're a good son. Actually, no, never mind, our team is all fully healed. We're not going back to visit Mom then. And because we've now got access to this area, we can go ahead and get leftovers in our inventory. I'm not even going to bother with the grind though. As long as we have a Pokemon that can learn Thief, I'll just go and pick up the Thief TM and then take care of it. Okay, let's go and get the TM for Thief. Oh my gosh. And yes, sped up How is kind of funny. Alright. So I don't know if you were here, Desarius, for this position, or for this decision last time, but we decided to start running with Litten in the early game, just because that guarantees, that more or less guarantees that we can get through Teacher Emily reliably. There are a lot of things that we can't guarantee, but consistent Teacher Emily is at least one of them. Didn't mean to get caught up in this fight, but that's fine. And this is just a wild encounter. Oh, you know what? It's nighttime. We'll go ahead and talk to the person with the Machamp here. And get Fling. Okay, and then we'll stop in for a quick heal and go and visit 10 Carrot Hill. And hopefully the Corsola are here now. Honestly, I should just stop hoping for that. Okay. Let's take a stab at manipulating Murphy's Law. It's not going to work. There's no way we get Carbink 2 runs in a row. But I do want to double check where the best encounter chance is. Okay, so best Carbink chance is in the first area. Out of our legal encounters, it's a 40% chance. So, no repelling or anything. We're just gonna pick our Pokemon. Go ahead and lead with Romper. And then we'll probably not get Carbink. Hello, Roggenrola. I'm calling it. I don't know how, but I'm not complaining. That's 2 runs in a row. I don't even know how that happened, because, real quick, I'm just going to crunch out the odds. It's not that hard. It was a 4... So the first run... Actually, it was... So we're in this first area. .2 out of 0.7 for the first area. So the first time it was a 28% chance. And then this time it was a 40% chance. So 28 times 40... Yeah, that was only an 11% chance that we got that both times we made it here. Okay. And a level 11 Carbink does have Rock Throw, so we definitely don't want to switch in our little bug to paralyze it. Go for a couple of quick attacks. Okay, so that's how much a quick attack does, so we're pretty safe to do a bite. I mean, I'm just going off of what's on Cerebi, which I believe has been scraped directly from the game files, but... You know what? We'll throw a nest ball. We'll give Carbink a little nest. Because I love it. Honestly, Carbink is one of my favorite Gen 7 Pokemon. I love its design. It's just a sparkly little boy. Just a sparkly little guy. And the fact that it's one of our best encounters in this run does not hurt in the slightest. Carbink, your name once again is Hiking Shorts. Minior is a potential encounter, but not guaranteed. In fact, I think the odds are pretty against it. We're gonna go ahead and add you to the party in place of... Ooh. This is a bit of a tricky call, actually. Who are we switching out right now? I think best call would be to swap out Corduroy at the moment. But yes, Minior is a legal encounter. Let's see, actually. Where is Minior on my notes? Okay, so... Minior is one of several legal encounters on Mount Hokulani. So, here. If we open up this window and go to Mount Hokulani, we can see the encounters. We just gotta stroll past Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Okay, so, first area in Mount Hokulani, Minior, Ditto, and Beldum are all legal encounters. And at nighttime, Cleffa is added to that. Now, if we go a little bit farther down... Oh wait, no, Ditto was the other one. So, out of those, Beldum is definitely the worst encounter. We'll probably try and have this encounter at nighttime, simply because... Oh wait, actually, that's a little bit iffy, because... Okay, Beldum is the worst, Ditto is slightly better than Beldum. Cleffa is actually the second best, because Cleffa we could evolve into Clefairy before we have to stop evolving it, and Clefairy actually has decent stats, and could potentially have Magic Guard, which would make it useful. On the other hand, if we want to maximize our odds of getting Minior, then we would want to do it in the daytime, when out of our legal encounters, Minior makes up 60% as opposed to 50% at night. We're playing with random chance. There's nothing whatsoever that we can do to influence that. That said, there are a couple more things that we can do right now to affect our run. If we go ahead and take a look at the notes here, we just got 10 Carat Hill. We could still backtrack to Kala'e Bay to gain access to the Roar TM, but again, I'm just gonna save that until we know what encounter we're going to get there. However, in here, there are a couple of items that we can get a hold of, specifically the TM for the Hardstone and the TM for Acrobatics, which we have to make it through the cave to get. And we can backtrack to Seaward Cave to pick up the Expert Belt now that we have Tauros. So, we'll do a couple of those things. And we'll make sure that we're leading with something that can run away easily. Luckily, Romper is pretty quick. Can't be relied on to hit the broadside of a barn, but pretty quick. I need to take off fast mode. That was not the combination that I meant to do. There we go. Seriously though, I can't believe how lucky we got just there. I really want to make this run survive because I don't think I trust it to give me Carbink a third time, and the run would be so much harder without Carbink. So we're looking for a slope that we can go up somewhere around here. Ah, here it is. Yeah, I didn't find this on my first playthrough. But that slope gives us Acrobatics, which is a really solid flying type move and is probably going to be our Drifloon's main stab attack for a good chunk of the run. And since we got access to Acrobatics pretty early, why are there still no Corsola on this beach? Okay, so we have Acrobatics for Drawstring, which is especially good because Drawstring has the ability Unburden, which means once we eat our berry, not only will we get a full power Acrobatics, but we will get a massive speed boost. So we're going to go ahead and teach that immediately. Thief, Fling, Acrobatics. One thing that I will never be able to understand at all is why so few flying types naturally get a hold of Acrobatics. Like, look at this. None of the birds seem to get Acrobatics. Our cutoff right there cannot learn Acrobatics. Also, we're going to go ahead and have Drawstring learn Thief in place of, I think, Focus Energy. And while we're here, there's really no reason not to have Jim learn Acrobatics in place of Scratch. It's just a better move. When we have Confide, there aren't many Pokemon that I'll really consider using it on, but Hiking is definitely on the list. We'll just go ahead and drop Tackle. Okay, so now that we've taught one of our Pokemon Thief, I'm just going to treat it as a given that we can get a few leftovers, so next time we save, I'll fire up PK Hex just to get a hold of them. Also, while we're here, let's check out the deets on Hiking. Plus attack, minus defense, that's not good, but we can roll with it. Even a minus defense nature won't make Carbink not be a defensive behemoth. Thinking about it. We should probably go ahead and put our rock technique at the top to make grinding a bit faster. And by a bit faster, I mean still dreadfully slow. You know what? I think we kind of need to go to an area where we have a chance of Metapod if we want to make any progress. Oh, it's so slow. So there's no point in investing in Carving's offenses. There's just none. You know what? I'm going to take a second and change the song. Because I think this is a little bit too intense for a chill grinding session like we have right here. Let's see, if I skip... Sure, I think I skipped over this one earlier, so now we can do it. Got some Outset Island going in here. Oh, I didn't mean to run from that Caterpie. Once we have a few... Once we have another level, we'll at least have Smackdown instead of Rock Throw, meaning we'll get rid of that chance to miss. Something that surprises me about Pokemon, they haven't come up with more regional variants of Pikachu and Raichu. I'm surprised that they haven't slipped in at least one more. Like, it's been 2 whole generations since they started coming up with the regional... Well, it's been 3 generations now, because back in Gen 7 is when they started it. Then we went through 8, and now we're on to 9, and we've only got 1? That's not the type of behavior I've come to expect from the Pokemon Company. Like, come on, Nintendo. Are you not feeling well? You're not riding that Pikachu love train high? I feel like that sounded wrong, but I mean, everyone does kind of love Pikachu. It's not even so much that I think it's necessarily a good idea. Like, for the most part, I tend to like regional variants, but I'm just surprised that they haven't done it more with Pikachu. Like, they've had 2 whole generations now where it hasn't happened, and that is way more restraint than I thought they were capable of. At the same time, they did hit the nail on the head with Paldean Wooper and Clodsire. They're probably waiting for Detective Pikachu too. You have a point there. Okay, last rock throw. Go back to Mom. You know what? I'm going to try and speed this along a little bit. The trouble is that this will make it harder for us to run from battle. And it'll make these fights last longer. But it will speed up the grinding a little bit because we're facing higher level Pokemon. And we're learning Smackdown mid-battle to replace our dwindling supply of rock throws. Yeah, as long as this thing keeps summoning Caterpies, then we'll keep sniping them down. And while we're over here, we might as well go in the grass patch that, from what I've experienced, actually gives us Munchlaxes. So, is Detective Pikachu 2 confirmed? I can't recall. A little bit too lazy to Google it at the moment. Of course, I missed my very first Fire Fang. I think it was put on hold. Gotcha. I mean, given the plot of the last one, there's really no reason for there to be a 2, since, well, it was thoroughly resolved, and the one thing that made Pikachu a detective was taken care of. To be fair, Detective Pikachu wasn't bad. Like, I would never consider it a very serious movie, but and, like, the twist was not a twist at all. I'm being deliberately vague in case anyone here is still in case anyone listening is still planning to go and see it, but like, no one was surprised by the twist. It was not all that twisty, despite what the commercials suggested. Still, I did like the live-action Pokemon designs, which was the main reason that I actually bothered to see it. I was just curious to see how they would handle them. Yeah, the models. Every Pokemon looked great. Well, okay, some of them looked horrifying, but, like, they were supposed to, you know? it made sense that Mr. Mime was horrifying. Yeah, we were just curious to see what they would do with the idea of live-action Pokemon movie. I don't think anyone went to see it for the plot. Oh, that poor Mr. Mime. It had so much trauma by the end of the movie. Doused in mimed gasoline and lit with a mimed match. Like, it seemed to be actually experiencing everything that was being mimed, so that's a bit concerning. So yeah, it probably needed therapy by the end of the thing. Just like that, we've got our Carbink at level 15. Oh, that's true. Yeah. I suppose there are advantages to mime therapy. Okay, we dropped a quick save there. Now I'm going to take a moment and fiddle around with the save data. I think I am going to have to turn off the or restart the emulator. Wait a sec. Go ahead and restart it right away. And y'all can watch this cutscene while I fiddle around with stuff. Now let's check out the IVs on Carbink while we have a chance. High-ish special attack and moderate attack, high speed. It really doesn't have IVs in the right places, but we can rely on its base stats. And what about Capri? Low speed, that's annoying. Decent special attack. Pretty good special defense and defense. Low HP. It's usable. That's about all I can really say about it. Anyway. Let's open up the items. Go ahead and insert leftovers, and I'll just go with 6 since I can never be using more than that at once. Yeah, I don't think there are any other important items that I want to add right away. Well, actually, hold up, Route 3, what berries became available? Pecha and Cherry. So Pecha, and we didn't actually find any cherry berries, but go ahead and add them in there. Oh, and apparently there was a Soothe Bell somewhere on there. We should backtrack. And I'll refresh our supply of hornberries. There we go. Export. Back to there. And let's make sure that all loaded properly. It does not seem to. We're going to restart the save one more time. Leftovers, there we go. And we'll go ahead and give some leftovers to hiking, since that item was basically made for them. Okay, so let's take a look at our team real quick, because we have made some progress. So our best encounters at the moment are, first of all, definitely hiking. And then Cutoff will be a main staple of our team for a little while there. Too much effort for the Soothe Bell yesterday. I mean, I might decide that again. Hold up, let's see. I can't actually remember what's involved with getting the Soothe Bell. That's the thing. I know I'm not going to bother getting the red card unless I really feel like I need it, but... Soothe Bell, man next to the easternmost grass patch. Okay, that shouldn't be any trouble. The Sharp Beak is also available, and I didn't pick that up. Did I already get... I don't think I went back for TM83 either. And next... Oh, wait. Okay, that berry tree is reloaded. We can go ahead and rappel to it and see if we can pick up a Brawler encounter this time. Nope. So, we need to talk to this guy. And we got a Soothe Bell. Infestation, I remember that one. If we had a bulky bug type, I would totally go for using Infestation. Okay, this is a little bit risky, but if we're careful, we can slip through here without touching any of the shadows and get a hold of the Sharp Beak safely. I mean, yeah, I could use it on my Cutie Fly right now, it's just I'd rather have a bulkier bug type to make use of it. Other than that, it's pretty situational. With that, I think we've done just about everything that we needed to on the island, so... The menus in this game suck. I've been avoiding saying it, but I really hate the menuing in this game so much. Okay, so now Route 1, Hau'oli City, which gives us access to Hihi City, or Hiahia City, or whatever it is. It looks like the only match that we have there is against Dexio and his Slowpoke and Espeon. So we'll go ahead and lead draw straight into that one. And actually, as soon as we go to the other island, I am going to just go ahead and come back here. just to check and see. What? I just want to see if the Corsola has turned up so that I can get that wide lens, because I am really hurting for that wide lens. Why can't I find the Corsola? I genuinely don't know why they're not showing up. But I'm going to keep checking back just so I know exactly when they show up, so that I can then complain about having to wait until that point. Okay, made it to Hiahia City. Let's see if there are any important items that I want to get a hold of. I've got my notes here. Just the TMs in the shop. Oh no, I'm not talking about trying to get a Corsola encounter. There's an NPC Corsola that shows up on that beach. And if you talk to it and offer it a potion, its trainer comes by, thanks you for helping it, and then they give you the wide lens. And I know it's really a thing because I checked it. Okay. I checked it in my other save before I reset it. Can I buy better repels? No, but I can buy a few more. Oh wait, but I do want some great balls. Yeah, it's just, it's so annoying. It's supposed to be on that beach, but I don't know what the trigger is for causing it to spawn. It's on that beach at night. Can't go farther to the east because that person on the Stoutland stops us. So we're leading with drawstring. Good. Okay, time to go and take on Dexio. Okay. We got Thief. Luckily, his Slowpoke just isn't threatening. I'll minimize a couple of times, why not? As long as I don't get hit by... As long as I don't actually get confused, we're good here. Even if I did, it wouldn't really be an issue because I have a solid counter in the back in the form of a dark type that could just potentially miss practically everything. Okay, Romper, you're up. confusion was coming, so we were pretty much free there. We do have to take some quick attacks. As long as we hit at least like 2 bites, we should be safe. And failing all else, I could just actually stall this thing out of all its PP. There we go, we got Hyper Fang. So Hyper Fang will at least be a good move to make use of Normalium Z with. Nah, we'll stick with Thief for the moment. Wait, hang on. How strong is Payback? Yeah, if we move second, Payback is boosted. I'm just gonna stick with Thief. Okay, we dealt with them. Yeah, okay. No other important things in the city, so we can move on to our next area. Route 4. See, this one's a bit tricky. I don't even have a specific encounter in mind. So let me show y'all. If we open up Route 4, and I pull that onto the screen, let's take a look at this. So these are the encounters on Route 4 during the day. Obviously it switches a little bit at night. It axes Igglybuff and swaps Young Goose for Rattata. And it does fiddle with the odds between Pick-a-Peck and Mudbray, but that doesn't matter in the slightest since Mudbray is too tall and we already have Pick-a-Peck. So we have a bit of a tricky call here. It just depends on how we want to go about it. Because we could always get lucky. Yes, we could always get lucky and get Grubbin. But at the same time, here's the thing. This entire thing is just trying to play... is just trying to juggle dupes until we can get to Route 6 for a chance at Oricorio. So everything that we do in encounters up till then depends more or less on how we want to handle Route 6. So in the lower grass patches here, we want a Lillipup from somewhere. At the same time, we could also pick up a Grubbin somewhere, and that would help. And we wouldn't mind an Igglybuff somewhere. The thing is, and we can eliminate that, we can eliminate some of that chance if we don't give ourselves access to Igglybuff. The thing is, I don't think that we can reliably get all 3 of those. We can reliably get all of the dupes we needed. At minimum for dupes, if we wanted to guarantee our Grubbin, or our Oricorio, we would want Lillipup, Grubbin, and Eevee encounters. We can get Eevee in the ranch to the north, but that's also the best place to get Lillipup. See, if we check out Paniola Ranch, if we're just wandering around, then Lillipup is a guaranteed encounter. On the other hand, if we don't get Lillipup there, we can get Eevee there, which is a similarly guaranteed encounter. But we don't have anywhere that we can guarantee Grubbin. We don't have anywhere else that we can guarantee Lillipup. Though Route 5 is possible, I would prefer not to use the Route 5 encounter on Lillipup, simply because there are better options. See, if we go in there, we have a chance again at Grubbin. And those are the upper portion. We have the ability to trade for Bounsweet, which is a bit of a decent encounter, just because we don't have any grass types right now, which puts us pretty at risk to the Totem Pokémon. And what about Formantis? What moves does Formantis get a hold of? So Formantis would actually be a bit better against the Totem Pokémon. But, of course, we don't have reliable recovery in the form of Synthesis quite yet, the way that we did with Cottony. And there is always a chance that if we go past Route 5 to Brooklet Hill, we can get our Paris encounter, which would be pretty great as well. You see, it's all ifs and maybes and perhaps. Okay, real quick, I'm going to check one thing. If we're talking about fishing, because there's one very important encounter that we want prior to the fire type trial, and that's Wishy-Washy, because Wishy-Washy is just absolutely insane. Secluded Shore, that's on Ula Ula. So you see, if we don't get... This is what we're juggling. Because the natural choice here, the location, is to go to the location with the most uncertainty and the least control, and just see what that gives us, which would mean rappelling all the way to Brooklet Hill and grabbing our encounter there and seeing what that turns out. There's one thing that we can do to influence that encounter, though, which is to go and get Wingull first. But if we go and get Wingull first back in Kala'e Bay, then we have no guarantee of being able to get a hold of Wishy-Washy prior to the fire trial. And if you'll notice, we don't have any other water types at this stage that we can make use of, other than, I guess, Wingull. So if we got Wingull, there's a chance that we couldn't get a hold of Wishy-Washy. Now that said, we could go up here to Route 7 just before the fire trial, and we have a chance at it then, but yeah, then there's that 1% chance of getting... Oh wait, no, never mind. Staryu is too tall. So we could guarantee it there, but then that delays our Mewtwo encounter to Hano Beach. So then we have to double check and make sure that we can guarantee Mewtwo in Hano Beach, because that's another really strong encounter that we've got. You see how this juggling is working out. Every decision that we could make has long-lasting repercussions. Okay. Huh. So, Secluded Shore, we could wait until there to guarantee the Finneon encounter. Is that conflicting with anything? Okay. Thinking this all through, I think we can delay our Mewtwo encounter until basically... yeah, until we get access to Secluded Shore, which means we'll be hanging around level 27 to 30 wild encounters there. So that's a long way off, but that does... if we do that, we can guarantee Finneon as our encounter, since nothing else here is either within height or stuff that we don't already have. We might miss out on Crabrawler, but we can avoid that. We can segment those. So if we wait all the way until then, we can get our Finneon encounter, which will then allow us to go back to Hano Beach at that point to pick up Mewtwo if we get Wingull, if we already have the Wingull dupe, which is the driving force behind all of this. Okay, we have a plan. Oh, I hate this so much. Sometimes I just hate the loops that these things go through, and yet at the same time I kind of love them. So, okay. With all of that, we can get back to playing. We are going all the way back to Kala'e Bay. We're going to run around. Now, the only way this scenario doesn't work out as planned is if we get the 1% encounter with Bagon prior to getting the, 30% encounter with, Wingull. So if we slip through here, run away from stuff. Oh wait, I just took a wrong turn. As an aside, let's talk long-term with this as far as that grass-type trial that killed us last time. You see, I ran some calcs. And because I believe the totem's natures are random, but they come naturally with near-perfect IVs, the only way I feel confident in us beating that totem Lurantis is if we outspeed and do enough damage to two-shot, because it won't go for synthesis if it's undamaged. So if we can pull that off, that works. Now, one of the few Pokemon that can guarantee that happens is Oricorio with most but not all stats. There are a few stat spreads where if Lurantis winds up with the wrong nature, then we're in trouble. And before y'all ask, no, we can't get an encounter in this cave because we already got the only valid encounter. That's my phone telling me that I should go to the gym. That's probably right, honestly, because I haven't made it to the gym much this week. Look, in my defense, I was just a bit too crushed after Tuesday's stream to go. And Monday I was tired. So, the only thing we have to worry about... Oh, wait, we can't do this quite yet. Until we have surf, we can't get to the grass patch. Okay, we can still make this work. I just need to repel all the way until we're into the trial. And then we get surf, and then we leave the trial. Phoenix City theme, at least you're here for us. Okay, so we're going to be dodging encounters for quite a while here. This is especially tricky because I do think we have a Howl fight prior to, like, as soon as we get into Paniola Town. So we've got a lot of things to keep track of on the way there. That said, we have a plan. So we bypass this route as far as encounters. Go from there. So, Route 4, any challenging battles that I noted here? None. So it's just whatever required trainers we have to get through in order to pass. Okay, so this lady has a Drifloon. I don't know, Bellhop Jody. I'm assuming... I have a cousin named Jody, so I'm assuming it's a girl's name here too, but I could be wrong. Drifloon can't do much of anything to hiking. Person, I believe, is... Oh, I didn't mean to come over to this collector. He has a Munchlax and a Bagon. It shouldn't be too much trouble. That said, we're going to switch out of hiking so that we don't get paralyzed by Munchlax's lick. I think I'll just go for cutoff. Work break should make quick work of this thing, and we'll be immune to lick, which is probably coming on the switch. Nope, oh well. Hiking, and come back in. Now we're immune to most of what this thing can do. It can only Ember or Bite us. I'm hoping that Bite has the higher damage rolls, so it goes for that. Because if it doesn't, then we could get burned, and that would be annoying. In fact, you know what? I'm going to more or less guarantee this real quick. I'm going to fire off a Confide. That'll keep us on a net average loss of about 1 hit point per turn. We get 2 sharpens, and then we'll start attacking. Just because, well, hiking's attack is bad. And that's not really a downside, because hiking does exactly what we need it to. And when we hit the next town, I think we're going to go ahead and pick up a bunch of extra repels, just so I don't have to worry about running out ever. Okay, we got an adrenaline orb. Wait, what? I was repelling! Okay, I guess I just wasn't using a high enough level Pokemon. I didn't... Wait, what? Am I not under repel? Okay, apparently it wore off and I wasn't paying attention. Wait for this guy to turn back. Don't touch the tree. The berry tree. Maybe I just button mashed through the repel finishing. Okay, now let's look at how in Paniola Town, because I know there's battle as soon as we enter the place. So his starter will be carrying Normalium Z. His Pikachu really isn't a danger, as long as we make sure to have our ground type in our party, which we don't currently have. So that said, Dartrix has Razor Leaf, Peck, and Tackle, which it can turn into a Z move. I don't think this thing should be any trouble for Drawstring to deal with. Okay, so we're going to back up. Oh, I do want to double check what this guy has, because I think I'm just going to clear a lot of these turners to make the path safe. Okay, he has a Cutie Fly. Also, what level are the wild Pokemon here? 11 to 14. Okay, so we're safe, as long as we're in repel. And now, because I'm paranoid, I'm going to try using a repel while still under the effects of repel. As far as this turner. Okay, this guy just has a Rattata. Let's take care of him while we're free to do so. Sharpen probably just once. So I think I've taken care of... Okay, it's Drifloon. We will deal with it with hiking. even safely out of Aftermath range if it happened to have the ability Aftermath. Okay, so now, taking another look here, we've cleared out the problematic trainers. I'll go ahead and train up the team to level 17 since that's what Dartrix is. And then, actually, while we're thinking about it, I'm going to box Capri for the time being. I'd rather not have it. I'd rather not be carrying her around, or him around. I can't remember which. I can't keep track here. I've been through so many iterations of so many Pokemon. Okay, let's see. Let's find something to train up our HP against. I'm thinking up here. And going to turn on the XP share for the moment. Just because any of our Pokemon can use HP. And a little bit of defense. So we'll just focus on Caterpies and Metapods again. Sadly, we won't be able to take advantage of any Butterfree that happened to crop up. Oh, wait. I think Drawstring just hit level 17, so we'll go and swap Drawstring out. Okay, you know what? Going to do this a little bit differently, so let's see. Our defensive options. Pokemon that can benefit from HP training above other things. That'll be you. Yeah, all of these can afford to have some HP training. Some HP and defense investment. In one way or another, we're using the 4 Pokemon that I've still got in the party as, like, as core defensive options. They could all use the investment without it going to waste, whereas, for example, Capri really can't. Capri will want to be all in on special attack and speed. I think we'll try and make our... I think we'll try and make HOW 4 our last match. Our last thing that we do today. And then I'm going to make a couple of notes on what the plan is going forward, because otherwise I'm going to forget. Just like that, we hit level 17. Nice. So now, if we go ahead and put hiking away, we can get out Cutoff, and we can start training this bunch in attack and speed. Lead with Port Roy. Okay, so Jim cannot evolve because Torracat is 2'4". So we start mashing B. And we'll go and drop Jim in here. And you know what? Start training on exclusively speed. Romper just hit 17. I'm just trying to find stats that I can overlap and train several of them at the same time. Also, I'm going to swap Capri up to the front. For the simple reason that Magnemite can be found here, and I don't want to have to pick up UVs off them with Corduroy just because we can't run, because they wind up having Magnet Bolt. What is this, Lily Cove City? It feels like Lily Cove. Or is this... This is Route 111 in Hoenn. Huh. Okay, we can drop that for Draining Kiss. One sec. A little bit too chilly in here with the fan on. Oh, I didn't mean to run. Okay, cut off hit level 17. We're getting there. I know this isn't the most interesting chunk of the stream, but I'm trying to be very careful with how I handle this. This carelessness has lost us the run before, on a few occasions, and frankly, I don't want to start over. Like, I will. If we lose this run, but I still believe that we can win it somewhat reliably, I'll start over if I have to. But I don't like the idea of starting over. One positive about this current run is that if we can keep Drawstring alive this time, we've got a much better chance at dealing with Lurantis, because that'll give us a bulky flying type. We'll resist the grass moves and quad resist the bug coverage. So at that point it would just depend on Drawstring's offenses. We'd have to run some calcs on that. But between typing and acrobatics, we could potentially still manage to take the Lurantis, even if we don't get a hold of an Oricorio before it. That said, I would really like to get a hold of an Oricorio before then, because that would just make things so much more reliable. Even then, we should probably train up Drawstring to be ready in case something goes wrong in the fight. Okay, hang on. Turn off the XP share. And now it's time to get ready for the Howl fight. And once again, our little bug Capri is going to be safely stored away in the box. Okay, so this is about the last thing we're going to do. Once we get far enough over there that we can get right about to here, we're going to slow the heck down. We're going to open the bag, get out our repels, and start repelling. Almost forgot to lead with the correct Pokemon. We're going to be leading with Corduroy. And we're going to break out the berries once again. I'm going to switch most of these orange berries for citrus berries, because now we're at the point where citrus berries will be doing more for most of them at the same time. And there is one other thing. We're going to go ahead and give Romper a Normalium Z so that it can take advantage of the powerful normal Z move that can come off of Hyper Fang. And now it's time to take on How. Okay, How 4. Here we go. How far art thou? So luckily this thing only has Electro Ball and Quick Attack, so the only thing it can do to us is Quick Attack. And we resist it, so we're pretty safe. This thing has Grass move, it has Razor Leaf, Peck, Tackle, and it has a normal Z Crystal to take advantage of Tackle. To play it safe, we're going to switch in Drawstring. We're immune to its Z move, resist its Grass moves, and if it manages to put us into the yellow, then we will pick up a boost to our acrobatics, thanks to eating our citrus berry. So we eat our citrus berry, get a boost to acrobatics, and get the unburden boost. That doesn't really matter because we were already outspeeding, but we'll roll with it. Got a dire hit. And now he's off to Paniola Ranch. Let's see what we want to grab while we're here in town. And then probably call it for the day. So Paniola Town, the only really useful item is Sleep Talk. Repel wore off. While I'm thinking about it, let's go ahead and buy a bunch of extra repels. Because we're going to be doing a lot of repelling for the next while. Yeah, about 30 of them should be good. Okay. Now, I am going to make a couple of quick notes for myself. So, repel to Brooklet Hill. Get Surf. Backtrack to Kala'e Bay. For Wingull. Then Brooklet Hill, Route 5. We do Brooklet Hill encounter. That will determine how we act for... Nah. Not even specific path. Repel back to Brooklet Hill. Okay. Got all that. Putting the sticky note right on my monitor. I really don't think I can manage to miss it. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save again because I'm paranoid. And I think that is going to be it for today. I'll check and see if there's anyone to raid, but let's be honest, there probably won't be. Yeah, nope. So we're gonna call it there. Thanks everyone for hanging out. We made progress. We're working towards actually beating the game again, as opposed to just being stuck in that endless early game purgatory. I hope y'all enjoyed the progress we made. I hope we can keep making progress. Of course, it's always iffy. And I hope to see y'all next time. Later, folks.